hear ye, all citizens of the ComicsGate Empire. Welcome to the CG Herald Drawstream. Today we are going to be drawing ComicsGate characters versus vampires. It's something that I didn't expect Ethan to come up with, honestly. It was like, what exactly does vampires have to do with anything right now? But it's going to be an interesting topic, definitely. So, I am your host, RC, and we have a good show for you today, hopefully. Maybe this time it won't take me 3 streams to actually finish up a project, but we'll get there eventually. Still a work in progress. Alrighty. So we have... Give me 1 second to start the screen recording on my iPad. Okay. And share screen. There we go. Alrighty. So, as I knock my Apple Pencil off of the out of its holder. Very fun. Alrighty. So, the character that I'm going to draw today is a character created by Ethan Van Sciver called Lynx. She has not shown up in any of the Cyberfrog projects yet, but she is from the same universe as Cyberfrog. And EVS is... He's sort of talked about putting out a book of her, or a book for her, at some point in the near future, but nothing has come of it yet. There's been some sketches floating around on Twitter of like current day Lynx design, but nothing has come up in like a project form yet. So I'm going to try doing that here. I'm going to try drawing her like holding like a vampire head. And actually, I'll tell you what. Just so you guys... That would definitely help. Okay. I'm going to try and look up some pictures for you. And just to show you what exactly Lynx looks like. So... I guess I need to be a bit more specific than just Lynx Ethan Van Sciver. Okay, so... Okay, well, here is what Lynx looks like. I'm going to blow this image up here for a moment. I believe this may... I don't know if this was Ethan drawing her or if this was somebody else, but apparently it's from an X post. So this is what Lynx looks like. Obviously the one on the right, not the one on the left, because that's Salamandroid. But I'm going to be drawing her holding like a vampire head in her hand because she has like these gigantic claws, like Lady Deathstrike. So I think that will be quite fun to try out. So let's see how this goes. Share screen. Share. Boom. Okay, get rid of those. All right. Wish me luck, guys. So I'm going to try doing this from like mid-thigh up. So I'm going to try to do this with as little sketches or like lines as possible. So I think I'm. So if I do that, and this one's going to be a little bit more stylized than the other stuff that I have drawn, because I want to try to get this done in one stream. We shall see if that actually works. So right there, there. Okay. And then rough approximation. Go. This is, I'm thinking this is just going to be guideline. So throw that there. That. Right there. Okay. So this is where a chest would be. Right about there. And then okay, let's throw do I want her to be wearing like spandex or do I want her to be wearing like jeans? So I can have a belt right around here. Either way, I just need to get like the legs on here. I'm actually really glad that Ethan decided to put out like the stream announcement a little bit earlier today, because I think the last 3 or so weeks he's been starting the stream at like 9 o'clock, and he hasn't been putting out the announcement of it until like 8:30. So it makes draw alongs really a pain in the ass. And this gives me a chance to like actually take my time doing this. Although I do want to try to like push myself to get a little bit faster. think I'm succeeding in that. Slowly but surely. Okay. And let's see. This would be right up the middle. And right there. So down, tucks into the tummy a bit, and right down the middle. Okay. So we have that. Does her leg need to be a bit thicker? Or does the other one need to be thinner? I think this one needs to be a bit thinner. Or at least visually thinner. I can work with that. And then, let's see, down from here. And then down. Yes. That's a bit too far. There we go. Yep, right there is where the wrist will be. Right there, okay. And the good part about her is that she has like this almost like fur coat that goes over her shoulders. So the shoulder area is not going to be a problem for me. It may be a little bit tedious having like all the fur wisps or whatever, but having to accurately draw like where the arm is will not be a problem. Got that here. And let's see that. I have to get my guidelines on there. Actually, that'd be a little bit forward, so right there. And then right here. Okay. No. Okay. For a second there, I almost fell back into my usual inaccurate way of drawing an arm. But it has since gotten better, thank goodness. Okay, and now... So let's put the other arm over here. But I can't have it... That's... Yep. One of the things I try to tell myself is that there should be no such thing as like a straight line. Because if you have like a straight line in something, then especially if you want to have like movement, then it just looks too stiff. So even with this like arm just layout area, I'm trying to make it so that there's some sort of curvature to it. There we go. And this will be sort of like almost behind her. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Yeah, so it's sort of like if you're a camera, you're sort of like looking up at her while she's sort of like over top of you. Like she just saved you from a vampire. And like right about here is where there's going to be like a vampire head because she's going to be holding it. I'm going to get the wrist in there. Got that. Almost might be too much. Yeah, I think that might be too long of a forearm. I think it should be right here, actually. Yeah, that makes more sense. The eraser needs to be a tiny bit bigger. All right. So now let's get her head laid out. And I don't need that reference anymore. All right, let's see. Okay, she is gonna have almost like a taller head, thinner face. So let's see if I can actually make this work and make it look like it's actually a thinner face. Oh, I was still using the eraser. That's why nothing was showing up. That's way too small. Okay, proportions of the body. Should be... No. So... Here is where... how do I want her to be? Do I want her to be... I'm going to try this. I want her looking down this way. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge because I haven't drawn a head like this in a while. Or really ever. Let's get that in there. Yeah, this part's definitely going to be the more difficult one. And she's also a character that has black hair, so I'm going to go into this expecting there to be like mostly black, but with like some white strands thrown in there. So, get that here. That would be the side of the head. Get that up here. Okay. Now, is that proportional? Probably not. I think that needs to be a tiny bit bigger. Uniform. Should be fine. I'm going to leave that. Or should it be over there? I think I'll... I'm going to leave it there for now. And I need to add some other stuff. Because, at least in the artwork that I've seen, Lynx has some... She has some big boobs. So, have to get those in there. This is where the side of her chest would be. So... Okay. And other one. The other one would be right about there. Yeah, I think that would be right about where it would be. No. No, that needs to be a little bit further over. Yeah, because that would be right there. And then this one would be right about here. Yeah, that's more like it. Because I would just, if this was like drawn like a water balloon, this would just go right up here. And this one would as well. So, still enough crossover for there to be some cleavage. Okay. So now we have that out of the way. Now I can continue building out the rest of her body. Get that there. getting the right curves in there. And then I can work on this hand. That would be right there. Okay. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult. Let's hold on. There. Okay. Got thinner fingers, but that works. This should be where that is. And then see, hold on. Okay. That should be better than what I was going to have happen. So get that drawn on. There, and there. And take your time. So there, that'd be the second joint. This one still might be too. Yeah, that one is too far in. Let's try it this way. So this way. And this would be the top. So just like that, okay. And then this one comes in. This one would be a little bit longer. So right in the midpoint, that's where that one would be. Then throw that on here. Sorry if I'm not as talkative with this one, guys. I'm still working out the old kinks of the fingers. Okay, got that going. That and that. So far, they seem like they're going all right. All right, got that. And then after this part comes the fun part of drawing the claws on. Okay. So, how big are her claws? They're about the same size as her fingers, if not a little bit more. So, let's... Okay, I may need to use red just so they can stand out enough. Yeah. Yeah, using red was definitely the right choice. Because it makes them stand out against the against her leg. Oh, that's way too thick. Good lord. Okay, and again, that one might be slightly too thick. But I can just go with the I can just go with the inner line for that one. And then this one, okay, I like how that looks. Now, let's jump back to blue. And how did EVS describe her? I think he described her as like one of those like almost feral children. So maybe I bring her head down a tiny bit from like maybe being like hunched a bit. Just a tiny bit. Let's see if that works. I probably just moved it back to the exact same place it was before, but I think I might, no, I think it does need to be a little bit higher. Right there. All right, got that. Okay. So now we have to do the face. This one may take a bit more time. So that's where eyebrow would be. And okay, so she has a little bit of a longer nose. So put that there. No, that's almost way too long of a nose. Good Lord. Even that might be. Hold on. Okay, right about there. That is, yeah, right about there. That might be, no, that might be too far down. Yeah, I think that's too far down. I'm trying to imagine where her mouth is going to be. Because she doesn't seem like one who would have, like, very full lips. Like, if anything, it may be, like, the bottom lip. But top one, definitely not. So that might just have to be where it is. So with that. Do that on there. There. Okay. Then, do I want to do the eyes now? That's like the bridge of the nose area. Okay, how do I want to do this? Because in the sketch that I'm looking at, she almost has like smaller eyes, sort of like in like an Asian face. But I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Oh, that helped. Being able to actually zoom in on my screen definitely helps out with that. Okay, so I'm gonna try to draw like, okay, so she's like a pissed off type of character, so she would have eyebrows that would be like down here. No, that's too close. Otherwise she'd have like a fucking unibrow. Definitely would not look good there. Actually. Because the way that EVS draws her, she has like the thicker part at the back. So that again might be too long. Where the hell? Okay, so this would be where her ear would be. But that's going to be covered by hair, so we don't need to worry about that. This only goes up to right about here. Actually, more like right there, so of that. Okay. So I'm trying to do some, like, trying to see if this changes at all. Okay, so there would be more space. So this would be right about there. And then would end right about here. All right. I'm okay with where that eyebrow is. Now let's get the eye drawn in. Okay. I'm going to try to draw this so it's a little bit smaller than the usual eyes that I draw. And I may have to flip the canvas back and forth after I get it on here, just so I can see if it's done correctly. Okay. Still feel like, no, that still feels like it's too small. But maybe small is what I need. All right, give me a second to try to test this out for a quick moment. See if that could work. I'm okay with that. That on. Okay. I'm actually okay with how that eye turned out for now. Now let's get the other side on. But we can do some cleanup over here first. All right. That down there. Straight up. And then nope, nope, nope. I hate drawing eyes from the side. It just looks so fucking weird. No. Okay. This is the biggest test of my abilities so far. Trying to see if I can get this to work. That up there, got that coming down from there. And I almost feel, I know that this eyebrow's off. This one's definitely off. So that one. That one definitely comes down a bit more. This one may require some finagling. Because I don't want it to get too close to the middle of her, like, of her forehead area, because I don't want her to have a unibrow. Nobody wants their girl to have a unibrow. All right. So now, let's get the eyelash on. And I can start. This feels more natural right there. I don't know why, but that does look better. Okay, now let's get the eyelash on. So, in this reference picture that I'm looking at, it looks like the top one is thicker, and the bottom has little parts that are like sticking out from it, sort of like this. So let's make that look a little bit more professional looking. So we have this one, the one on top. Okay. We have that little divot where the eyelid meets like that part of your skull. So we have that. You can get this part. Okay. That doesn't look half bad. Got that. And those little spiky parts, which I have no idea what exactly they're called, go right there. And then let's get the inner part of the eyes. Those are... No. No, I need to have this. I need to get the hand finished up here. So, have that. Ah, perfect timing. So, we'll have... Just going to do a rough sketch here. So, I don't know how my rough sketch of a hand is turning out better than any hands that I've done in the past, but stranger things have happened. Okay. So, get that. And then I want to say it would probably end around here for perspective reasons. Because that right there, right there. Yep. That is the area that makes the most sense. Alrighty. So, guys, I'm going to play a very quick little video here for you. And just give me a second. I have to answer a text message. Okay, guys. Turns out I'm a very slow texter, so give me another quick moment. All right. Text message has been sent. Okay, now the fun part. So this is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. Thankfully for this one, doesn't need to be entirely accurate because vampires can grow to different sizes. So let's do, that could work. And then okay. Now I don't really have like a specific vampire in mind, but maybe sort of like the elongated face of like a Nosferatu. And I think what I want to be excuse me. I think what I want to be happening is I want it to be like, I want the head to still be somewhat alive. So the mouth will be open and there will be like the long tongue coming out. Ooh. For anybody who's seen like Dracula Untold, I know that it's like a horribly reviewed movie, but I actually like it. So like the master vampire in that, how he has like the tongue that comes out and like um it it gets very long. The ladies would love him. Okay. I'm gonna try to do something a little bit different here, just to see if I can stylize properly. Okay, so we have that. We have the eyebrow. Do I want him to have hair up there? I think it's a little bit too early to think about that. Okay, and there we go. And then, oh boy, this is going to be interesting. So, there. And then that. I think what I want there to be is I want there to be like lots of teeth. Like, I don't want there to just be like the top 2 fangs. I want there to be like a lot. So, I think that works all right. Mm-hmm. I think this one needs to be a bit bigger. Hold on a sec. It's been a while since I've like drawn a man, so I need to see which. Fuck. Okay. I need to see which lip gets like the line fully across it. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the top, and the bottom one just gets like this divot under here. It doesn't get like fully drawn across. I just had to find a reference picture. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. So top one doesn't get, like, connected, but it has enough so that there's, like, how do I say it? It it has enough drawn on there so that you can see that it's like a 3D object. Okay. And then tongue would be coming out like this. Yep. Hold on, right there. There. Yep. I have to be very specific where I'm drawing these teeth. All right. Okay. All right, I am okay with how that has turned out so far. Now, do I want this vampire to have, like, pointy ears? Or do I want them to have, like, goblin ears? Ooh, I'll do, like, bat ears. Yeah. This actually works perfectly. Yep. That already looks better than what I was going to draw. So, that he almost looks like the Green Goblin. All right. So that works. Now I can have... Yeah. Now I can have her fingers drawn here. And I don't have to worry about taking care of, like, 3 of them right back here. So let's do... All right, got that. Something is wrong with that. Yeah, pinky finger's not that big. Or if it is, it doesn't have that many joints. I was making her almost too elastic. Not elastic. What the fuck am I talking about? Too flexible. Jesus Christ. All right. And got that back there. And if that's where that comes out, then because I don't. This is the problem with this not being like a completed book. Is I can't tell if her claws are retractable or not. So I'm just going to draw this. And this. And while we're at it, we might as well throw in these ones back here. That's way too thick. Jesus. This one can still be mostly straight on. But this one for her index finger will be right there. Okay. And I think what I'm going to do, so that the vampire doesn't have just like a bald head, is I'll have... I don't know what exactly it's called, but like hair that's like pulled back, and there'd be like a ponytail going back there, and like the sides are completely shaved. I think I'll do something like that, and I'll have it so that it's like very tight to the back of his head. If you've watched like wrestling or anything, then think maybe like Paul Heyman. Okay. And then that would go right back there. Yeah, because that would... I think it would probably be like right around here is where it would have to be tied. Yeah, let's have that. And then I can try and pull like a... I don't know, I guess it'd be maybe like a Mark Silvestri type hair, or like Todd McFarlane, where it just like goes all over the place. No, it has to go up. It has to go up a bit to separate itself from... No. Here, I'm just speaking gibberish. Hmm. All right. I'm trying to get better with like drawing these entirely separate strands of hair. So bear with me while I do this. All right. Nope. There we come on. And then yeah, I think that's yep, I think that's how it goes. Because sometimes I think that the like long bits of hair just need to have like the right amount of like chaos to them. And then it looks so much better. Okay, this part needs a little bit more. This will be a joy to ink. Okay. All right, so let's get her eyes finished up so that she has some sort of expression. All right. And I want her to be looking down at the the hell. I want her to be looking down at the vampire. Once I get another text message out. Thank goodness. Look, my mouse was not working there for a second. Hello, Ash Fuga. You say, hey, love your artworks. Thank you. Not sure if you saw the whole thing of this one yet, but I'm working on Ethan Van Sciver's character Lynx going up against a vampire, and that's the head that she's holding in her other hand. So that's what the full piece is looking like so far. I'm hoping to get it done today. We'll see. It really depends on how long it takes. But glad to see that you stopped by. That might be too much. Better than I expected it to turn out to do. And Ash says, keep doing what you're doing. Love it. Thank you. Right now, I just need to get her mouth and her hair done, then move on to her clothes, and then I can do the inking for it. So, let's see how... No, that might be too... That's definitely too low. She might be one of those ones that has to have like a frowny face. What advice would I give for an artist who is just starting out? It really depends. I would say number one thing, take your time. Don't rush it, because if you try to rush something, then a lot of the times you may just end up making mistakes that you could have caught to begin with. Another bit of advice I would say is, if you're having difficulty just like sitting down and actually working on art, this is going to sound very counterintuitive, but just sit down and do it. Like, before I started streaming a couple weeks ago, I would always have issues with like motivation, and trying to like sit down and find time to draw stuff was a major pain in the ass for me. But whenever I just decided to turn on my camera and draw this stuff on stream, it sort of took the thinking part away from me. I was just like, I'm going to sit down, draw this, and go from there. So, a lot of the times, if you're just getting like inside your own head, sometimes you just need to like, you need to brute force yourself out of it. You're probably not seeing like much in the way of like the sketch of where her mouth is, but I'm just trying to like figure out where I want this positioned. So Ash Fuga, did that answer your question? Or do you want me to go a little bit more in detail? Or if you have any other questions, I'll gladly answer them. I think she needs to have some teeth showing. But I can't really do much here. Huh. I need to jump back in here and rearrange where this line is. Oh, awesome. Glad it was helpful for you. No, that... No, that just looks weird. Okay, what do I do here? Again, she shouldn't have, like, very full lips. I may have created my own problem here. Because this should be the upper lip. And this should be the lower one. And that can curve up to there. Give her a bit of a grin. I feel like this... There still needs to be something there. Like, there's too much here. Yeah, that's much better. But now I feel like this needs to be a tiny bit bigger, just to fill the space a bit more. This is almost like Ed Bennett's lips. Like, full, but not too full. Okay, so her hair part is on her left side. So right about here. And that would be... Going from there and going from here. Goodness gracious. I think after this, all I have left is her clothes. That. And then, how am I going to do this? So, that. Yeah, just like that. And then from this side, it would just go straight down. I was going to say, those hair strands would throw me off later. Let's not have those. No, that wouldn't be how that looks. Instead, it would be curving over from here. Like I said, still trying to improve. Who was that character that I was looking up yesterday? There was a character... Who was it? No, it's not that. I need to get, like, the... where the hair is, like, coming from, right? That, yep, right here. That's where it is. Okay. And then right here is where separation is. Yep. All right, give me a second, guys. All right. Give me a moment. Sorry, I'm having a lot of text messages coming through during the stream. Alrighty. Sweet. That might be too obvious. Okay, so no. All right, I'm trying to pull some J. Scott Campbell out of my ass and try and get the different divisions of the hair going. But that might be an inking job. Okay, and for that, right there, and I think there needs to be more of a curve here. Yep, just like that. And then let's see what her costume looks like. So she has gloves all the way up to her forearm. So that shouldn't be a problem. All right. The only part that's gonna be a problem with this is whenever it comes to the inking, because it's a leopard print pattern, which means that there's gonna have to be some amount of details to it. Okay, that one should be fine for now. I have the basic, outline of that. And then this side. Okay. Now, There is going to be some creases where her wrist is. But that's almost negligible. All right. I might miss those whenever it comes to the inking, but hopefully I don't. Okay, so in the reference picture that I have pulled up on my other computer, does her choker have a belt on it? Fuck. It does not. But she does have a necklace that I could work on. Okay. All right. Tell you what, guys. While I am working on her outfit, I'm going to do what I did yesterday, and I'm going to put on some music for y'all. And hopefully I can get through the sketching of this outfit rather quickly. All right, so stream music, copyright free rock. I think Lynx she could fit in like a cyberpunk sort of deal here. Let's go with that. Once we get past the commercials. Come on. I don't need to hear these on a stream. Come on.
This is the 1,400 hours a year you waste on your phone. With Purdue Global, you can turn that time into a degree.
Don't care. Shut up. Okay. Alright, what does she have? So she has a necklace with like Okay, the music was starting to get too dubsteppy for me. So now you're back to dealing with me. I feel like that hand could be bigger. I think it has to be bigger. Or... yeah, it has to be bigger. There's no getting around that. Okay. Yeah, that hand is going to be way too small beforehand. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking how that looks better than it did before. So I'm glad that I actually decided to change that. Yeah. Okay. So now I just need to figure out where this like fur coat that she has on like her shoulders is going to be. I think what I can actually do also is I can make her significantly bigger. Yeah, that's much better. Make it so that she takes up the full amount of the space. And okay. I need to see how this actually like looks as a coat. Because it comes off of here. No, I should do it the other way. That's going to be too much of a pain in the ass. Okay. Let's do it this way. Up there. And where does it go? It goes around here. Oh, this is not going to be fun. But I'm in too deep now. Now I have to finish it. And then... okay, so her hair... let's have it go here. This is just like a very rough look for it. Because it's going to get more detail when I go in with the inking. I think this down here needs to be moved, just so it's not colliding with the fur. Yeah, that's where it has to be. So this would come out there. And then would be that. Okay. So not as crazy as I was expecting it to be. Hello, Arlapex. How are you doing, my friend? No, that does not look natural. Whatever. Okay, so natural curvature. That goes like around. This is going to be a joy to try to draw. And then up here. And then have this part, which sort of leads down to that part of the glove area. And this part. Okay, so I have that opening right there. And this one here. Okay, that. I think that works. Okay. Do I have anything else that I need to take care of? I think that's it. Now I can get into the inking side of things. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Oh, this guy's eyes. I think since it's a vampire, I can get away with it having different than human eyes. But I feel like it does need to have some more facial features. Yeah. Yeah, much better. And then, this might actually be better just coming straight from over here. Yeah, I like that better. It looks less like it's sitting on top of something. Okay. going to be interesting. Really? I was doing that whole thing with the... Okay. So... bump that down. Hopefully remember where stuff is. And go from there. And then if I want to, I can just go back afterwards and fix up some stuff if I need to. And like I said before the stream started, or before I got into the actual drawing, this character does have black hair. So I'm going to be going into this inking, preparing for her to have black hair. I figure I might as well start with the easy areas first. Get those out of the way. And the first one being the belt, obviously. Okay. Good thing about these circles is that they don't have to be perfect. Because the ones on the belts are not perfect. Already I'm feeling a little bit more at ease than I was with the other, with last week's picture. Or the sketch, I should say. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I actually took my time to draw this one out. But we shall see. We'll see what the inking does by the end. We have already been going for 2 hours right by now. That's actually quite a lot compared to my usual draw streams. Usually they're like an hour and a half, maybe. There may have been some that get to 2 hours. I figure I might as well put in some detail now since I'm already in this area. And I can just put in detail as I go. Especially if it's like a small area like this, then I can just slowly work throughout the page and just go from there. All right, so this is going to be a black belt. There has to be... Okay, this is what I needed to do. I needed to actually put some, like, 3D in here. So it's not just a flat piece of nothing. That... Okay. And then that part of the jeans. Get that. So that goes all the way over to here. Yeah. Although that doesn't need 2. That just needs 1. Fuck. Alrighty. Now on to this part. I'm trying to draw more with like my elbow moving stuff around. And so far that seems to be working at least a little bit. It does give me a bit more control than just using my fingers. Da, 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 da. Okay, the other one is over here. That would be right there and here. Da-da. Cool. This needs to have some 3-dimensionality to it. And on the bottom. Okay. Right there. Come on. I need to stretch my back. Da, 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 da. All right. EVS, how do you draw jeans? Well, in the reference image, she doesn't have as much of a thigh gap as I've drawn her with. So, let's see how this goes. So 1, and then okay. I'm all right with that. But she needs stitching there. And then underside of the pants and creases. I should go out from here. Might have to go out from there. In addition to the other ones? Yes. Okay. I like how that looks. Do not ruin it. Okay, so let's go. Some of those on there. This is probably the most detail I have put into a figure. And by that, I mean like ever. So let's add some more of a heavier outline on some of these outer parts. Nope. This is where the concentration really has to kick in, so that it doesn't look like I'm overloading one side. Okay. And add some there. And a bit here. Okay. Okay, that works. And yeah, this part needs some more. And as does this part. Nope, that's too much. Okay. Now let's get stitching on. Hold on. Yeah, I think the stitching would go like... No, it would go like right to here. Yeah, I think that's where it'd go. Alrighty. So that part is good on the jeans. And where do I want the light to be hitting from? I think I know what I need to do. That is... Okay, and let's try to get some kind of cross-hatching in there. Okay. It's a slow process, but I think it'll be worthwhile. Actually, yeah, that's actually turned out pretty decent. Stop. Okay. Let me tell you, The only way I'm doing cross-hatching in other pieces is if I... shit. The only way I'm doing cross-hatching in other pieces is if I decide to only do it in black and white. And because this one is in black and white, I am having to do that. I think I'm gonna see like these CG Herald Drawstreams as like my practice rounds for actually getting this stuff to steadily improve. Because I consider myself as like really sucky whenever it comes to cross hatching. So this is helping at least a little bit. I think what I want is I want the light to be coming from this side. So this part can be all black. And this part over here is going to have several parts that are reflecting the light back. So like right about here. And that would be blocked. Excuse me. Alrighty. All right. I'm going to try playing some more music for you guys. And getting that going. But I'm not going to be doing Cyberpunk. That one, I don't know what the hell is going on with that one. Let's try this. It's going to be like maybe calming. Once I get past these commercials, I can do some of this while I'm waiting for the commercials to be done. Oh, there we go. Okay, I actually like how that turned out. Okay. Oh, come on. Don't you just hate the ads whenever they pop up? Okay. Okay, this part might be a bit more of a pain. And I can just, whoop, shit. Okay. Okay. No, those little intrusions need to be a little bit smaller. Okay.
Philly boy keeps his ears on the prize.
Piss off. Okay. I think that's enough for the music for now. Maybe I'll put it on in another half hour. Okay. Okay. And this is the part that's going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. So, outlining the part that's going to be lit. And of that part should be there and there. Cripe. All right, leave that. There's going to be that. And then just there. Okay. So these ones will connect around here. So these ones will just have those go right there. This one is going to link up with this. This one will be that shit. Okay, got that. going there. It doesn't need to be exact because it is like a reflective surface. So let's throw that in there. I think that works. Then this part that goes all the way down to here. Can throw some in there. And oh, good lord. Alrighty, give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna go and get some Diet Pepsi. Keep me a little bit more awake and allow me to stretch my back a little bit. So give me a moment. Turn that off, and I'll play this for you guys. Alrighty. Now you guys are going to be hearing me belching. It's going to be so much fun. But I'm actually surprised with how good this is actually turning out. So, who knows? I might actually be better at inking than I had actually expected myself to be. And then this would link up to here. And then this be right there. And then fill in that area with black. And fill in this area with black. Okay. That actually looks pretty kick-ass. Like, even just for that lower part, that's some badass shit right there. I do think that she needs to have some kind of crease, like right about here. Yeah, I think that does look better. And then have that part. And Maybe a little bit like right there. Let's see, this would be the lighted area. That would be lighted. This would be lighted. And then right up her arm. Because that would be like, it would be like a material that's like pulled taut. So only down here would there be like creases and shit. So throw that up there. And I want to say that maybe even like having this part might even be better. And having this like thin. Yeah. Yeah, I think that may have to be how it is. Okay. And get this part. Fill in there. Actually, it doesn't look half bad. And then let's try adding little bits of lines in here. That actually looks pretty darn good. I'm liking how this is turning out. And I can't say that for a lot of the stuff that I work on. At least I should say prior to whenever I've been streaming. Because those have actually... How is it that the stuff that I have been working on when I'm streaming has turned out so much better than the stuff that I work on when I'm not streaming? I have no idea. Maybe it's the pressure of having eyeballs on me. Alrighty. Okay. Again, I apologize for not speaking as much right now, guys, but it is 11 o'clock, and I've been going for now 3 hours. With some light breaks in there, but it's still a longer amount of time than I would usually go for, so. It's a whole new territory for me. Okay. This one can use some thicker lines in there. Okay. Now I can add the bottom of this leg. Nope, that's way too thick. That was not supposed to be that thick. Okay. And now, the fuck was that? Oh, that was just my earphones. Okay. Now to get this part of the jeans. That would be on the inside. So here. I'm already liking this better than the Harley one. And I don't even have the background for this done yet. Okay. All right, I think it is becoming more and more apparent that I'm not going to finish the inking for this today. But what I can do is say that this actually turned out a hell of a lot better than I expected it to. And I think that may be because I actually put in more time to adding like the details. What I think I'll do is I'll do the leopard print on this area, and then I'll call it a day. And then maybe tomorrow I'll jump back into this and finish it up. Because at least I have the sketch done. And I can say that that is finished up. And I just have to take care of all of this. Now just comes the part where I need to make this all look natural. Thankfully, it's only like it's only like I wanted to like circle it, but then I would just have to press the redo button again. So it's like every place that's not in like these creases. So that's good. Excuse me. Then every once in a while, you can just throw in these little tiny bits. Yeah. I wonder if like comic artists have like a formula for drawing like animal print stuff. Because I can just imagine that sometimes it would just get annoyingly tedious. And I'm not going to say that EVS would. Oh, EVS would probably even say that that drawing leopard print stuff would be annoyingly tedious. But he's also the one who decided to have a very intricately detailed tattoo on Heather Swain's back. So he just makes things way more complicated, but his art is fantastic. So I'm definitely not complaining there from a customer standpoint. All right, got that. Okay. Oh, goodness. I need to recline a little bit. I'm going to try and shift a little bit closer and not knock over my Pepsi. Okay, much better. Now I'm not like all hunched over and shit. Much better. Thankfully, in the areas where there's not like the big circles or like half circles for the leopard print, I can just throw in those random dots. Yeah, that's actually turning out pretty decent. I just have to throw in some bigger ones. That going in there. And I'll throw another extra big one there. almost like it's like a Pac-Man ghost trying to swallow up something. Or throw up something. Yeah, that's going to be a pain on the other side. Some other dots in here. Okay. Throw that on there. See, these long streams where I have to actually like put some thought into what I'm doing. These are ones whenever I wish that I knew more like lower level artist friends and I could just have them on here and we could all draw so that I wouldn't have to just ramble on about absolute nothing. So one of the benefits that the CG Kings have is they all have like Ethan's running the stream and they don't really have to worry about necessarily thinking about anything other than making a really kick-ass piece of art. Okay. So I think there needs to be some kind of like shadow here. Yeah. All right. I know I said that I was gonna stop here, guys, but I don't know. I sort of want to keep going. Actually, let's see how much charge I have left in here. I still have plenty of charge left in that shit. Okay. Let's do this. I already know that there's not going to be any of the fur stuff around her choker. So we can get that inked. Fuck. Okay, and since she's sort of looking at the vampire guy, there's not going to be like a three-dimensional look to this. And if the light's coming from over here, or like this side, if we're looking on the art piece, then it would be this part that would be highlighted. Both of these would be black. This. not be as shiny as the belt would be. Because I'm guessing it probably wouldn't be leather. Stay on. And we've got that. That a little bit darker up there. Okay. That looks good. As I hit the microphone. Let's finish this up. Okay. Now the next part that probably won't need any inking. Hold on. This part would be easy. That just goes right up there. And that just goes right there. And next part would be her necklace. Which again is that the can making noise? Okay. Got that. And let's add some three-dimensionality to it. And I have the string going all the way up here. Yeah. Okay. One section down. 2 more to go. And again with the three-dimensionality. There we go. Now we go right to there. And here we are. That's too thick. So starting there, going there. Okay, and connect those bits. Cool, okay. So now I just need to connect this bit up here, and the necklace will be done. Whoop. Did not mean to put that there. All right, necklace is done. Now, what else is there? Well, I'm already up in that area, so I might as well do at least the outline of her top. Except now I need to figure out what line I need to trace. Is it this one? Or as for this side, it's going to be the inner one. Fuck me. And shit. 1 second. Right there. And yeah. Except a top is not that tight. It would be like there. And then this one would be there. But you still have to have the curvature there so that you can see where it's going to be curving around. Oh, damn it. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, so that's going to go up to here. Oh, so close. I'm trying to get it to line up in one go. And there's my finger putting stuff where it shouldn't be. Okay. So this side will be right here. Yep, I'm okay with where that is. This one will be going up there to connect. And this part's a little bit more forgiving, because it can be either be pulled downward, or it can just be a top that's made that way. Fuck. Okay. And now she is going to have some impressive cleavage. So right up there. And that can be a thicker line to make it stand out a bit more. And right there. Okay. I like how that is. Yep. Yep. I like that. So now there's gonna be some coloring that has to go on here. No shit. There's gonna have to be some inking that goes on in this area. And at least in this reference image that I'm following, looks like she is not afraid to rip her top a bit. So let's do that. I'll make it look a little bit less presentable. But this does give me time to, I guess, practice my battle damage drawing skills. Okay. All right. And let's see. Light is coming from this side, which means let's do this. Which means that most of this area would be in color. Have that up here. How did I end up doing so much of this today? I have no idea. But we can throw that up here. All of that could be highlighted. And then this part, shit. This one might be less noticeable. And then have this go up here, follow the strap. And I want to say that this is how you would just see that middle part. Yeah, let's go with that. Try it this way. I think there still needs to be something over on this side. Let's try. Giving just a little bit of an outline. Okay, that looks 10 times better than the other one. All right. Now let's throw some lines on here. And okay, I think it may be time for another bit of music for you guys because I'm realizing that I am speaking less and less. So let's pull that up again. And instrumental metalcore. Let's try that.
The Unstoppables Unlimited Collection.
I don't fucking care about your advertisements, Jesus.
Now unstoppable. I switched to Relay. I just don't have to think anymore. Customer service is great. Relay allows you to automate the.
That's more like it.
Takis, the snack of the most intense fans.
I felt stuck, and I wanted more for myself. I always wanted to help kids, and some days,
Good Lord.
like I need to kind of focus my hand on.
Get through the advertisements. Okay. Good Lord. No. No, I'm doing it the wrong way. So this needs to be... Yeah, this one's going to definitely take a long time.
You may play hard, but are you reaping the rewards?
Goodness
Because
sake.
you could be earning Google Play points. Redeem them for exclusive perks like sweet accessories and in-game items that carry you to victory. Redeem your points for rewards now.
There we go. Okay. Oh, get off of there. Don't you just hate these ads that just pop up?
Why? Because you're streaming 3 games at the same time. I can hear that.
That. Oh, and I see on my notifications that accidentally Suave reposted my video. Thank you. I do very much appreciate it. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get all of like the tedious stuff done today. And then I can work on like getting the faces done tomorrow. Or whenever the next stream is. Who knows when that will be? I hope it will be tomorrow. But this, like, honestly, who really boosted my confidence. I don't know if that is... if it's a worthy boost of confidence or not, but we shall see. And I need to click my mouse again. And hello, Accidentally Suave. I saw that you reposted the video. Thank you for that. And unfortunately, I'm in StreamYard, so I can't really see like what those doohickeys are. But thank you. Got making art channel to follow you. Thank you. Yeah, I did see that pop up on my notifications. Any follow that I can get, I will gladly take. And I really appreciate it. Oh, and while you're here, did you see the whole piece that I was working on so far? And you said, no problem, bro. Happy to connect artists on Rumble. Hell yeah. Rumble Arts. Yeah, I'll definitely look up Rumble Arts in like their search engine or like their search section and see which ones pop up. But I'll definitely have to check out making art. All right. Gonna get some more of this part done up here. And since there's going to be some light hitting this, I'm not going to do too many of these. Only in the areas where it can like blend in a bit. Looking sweet, nice perspective. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely helps whenever I take my time, because this is probably turning out, this is definitely turning out better than like the Harley piece that I was working on last week. And like I was saying whenever you popped in, this is definitely a boost of confidence in how this looks. Okay. I feel like this could go all the way over here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that. Okay. Okay. Got that going, and I feel like this part needs a little bit more fur. Then, whenever you've been drawing for 4 hours now, the eyes start to get a little bit buggy. Okay. Let's do this part. Okay. Yeah, this part's definitely the most tedious part. Oh yeah, for sure. Make sure you're blinking often and drinking water. That should help. It's the blinking that's the part that I need to remind myself with. But I got some Pepsi from earlier. Probably didn't help much, but at least I don't have like a dry throat. And it was also mainly to like actually keep me focused and like mostly awake. So I think I got that around like 11, maybe 10:30 or 11. Okay, so in right here. Goodness. Okay. All right. So, since you suggested drinking water, give me a minute or two to go and get myself some. And I will be right back. Right now, just listen to the music that I have playing, and then I'll be right back with a drink for myself. All right, guys, I'm back. Got myself my drink, and now I am ready to jump back into the ever so tedious task of getting this this fur drawn on here. Yeah, this is going to take some time. I'm trying to add it like more dense in the areas where it would be in shadow. Okay. Honestly, the more I keep going, the more I just want to continue working on this. So it really depends on what goes out first. The battery on my Apple Pencil or me? Which got about 25% left. At least that gives me a good bearing on how much time I have left to draw, because it's lasted about 4 hours now. It's about 75% of it. Okay, that section needs to be redone a little bit. Yeah, water is good for your eyes. If that doesn't help, occasionally looking away and focusing on something further away for a bit helps too. That is very true. Yeah, my full-time job is also working with computers. So sometimes I do just have to like look away or go get a drink of water. Get some proper hydration. Okay. And I might have been ever so slightly hasty on getting this part drawn in. This. Nope. There we go. So I can make her have a sleeve sort of like on the others, like how I have it on the other side. Then make that zebra print in there. So give me something to focus on other than drawing the fur. What am I talking about? No, it's not zebra print, it's leopard print. So this is when you know it's a late night for me. When I start confusing animals. Okay. And I think that should be good. Goodness gracious. Yep. Oh. Okay. Now. Okay. So, accidentally suave, if you're still in the chat, Since you seem to know a lot more artists on Rumble than I do, what are some other ones that you would recommend following for like sketching and like comic art and stuff? Or even just people in general. I'm open to suggestions. There needs to be more like flippy parts here. If that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, come on, that needs to be a little bit louder. Okay. Oh, goodness. All right. This is definitely taking a while. I think the fur part is driving me up a wall. But I know that it needs to happen at some point, so I might as well finish it up now. Da, 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 da. Oh, and accidentally suave. You say Captain Tor is probably close enough to comic style art. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. I think this will have to be finished up tomorrow because the Apple Pencil is running a little bit low. And yes, I count 20% as a little bit low. So let's do this. Let's put that in there for now. Stop sharing that screen for a bit. Captain Tor. I'll turn off the music for a moment. Captain Tor. Okay. Interesting. Don't know how I haven't seen him before. Alrighty. So I've just followed him. And yeah, I'll probably catch up on his stuff in my free time. I don't know how I don't know how he hasn't popped up on my searches before. I tried putting in like Drawstream in there, but I guess it just didn't pop up, or I didn't go far enough. Don't really know. All right. I still want to get this fur done. I do still have 20% of the battery left on this. So I'm going to try to get as much done as humanly possible. I guess I should say as technologically as possible, because the limitation is mostly on the Apple Pencil, not necessarily on me at this moment. Yeah, Rumble search needs a bit of work, but it has improved massively over the last 2 years. What I've noticed is that, like, whenever I first got on Rumble, it was like whenever it was like first starting, and I didn't really put anything on it. I just got on it as like a a way to mirror my YouTube stuff onto it. The mirroring function has since stopped working for me, and I'm just putting like my live streams and my pre-recorded videos on there. But whenever they first started, their dashboard was absolutely shit. Now it's a lot better. Now I can actually look for something and find it in my dashboard, which is more than I can say for whenever I first got on there. I don't know if they do live art, but it seems like they do review comic art, especially independent artists. Comic Crusaders World. Give me a moment. Comic Crusaders World. Okay. Yeah, I like that. All right. They have earned a follow. And for anybody watching on the replay, definitely go and follow these accounts. All right. Ay, ay, ay. Rough Tunes, I know that I have already followed them. They actually popped up in one of my first searches for like art and drawing and stuff. Unfortunately, haven't made it over for any of like their live drawings, but hopefully at some point I will. Yeah, the other problem is that it's like sometimes I'll find somebody and like their stuff looks good, but they haven't posted in like 2 years. So that's the other ever so minor issue. All right, some condensed stuff in there. Um, okay. Okay. My. That should not be there. Okay. I think I've hit my limit for the day. But how the fuck did that already get to 46%? It's 12:36. I'm going to call it a day. overall, I would say that I'm very, very happy with how this has turned out so far. That is going to be... I'm going to complete this tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. Alrighty. Oh, I need to stretch a bit. Alrighty. And before I end the stream, Accidentally Suave has Silvori Art. Give me a second to go and check them out. Silvori Art. Okay. Oh, we got some Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay. Alrighty. They're getting a follow. Sweet. Yeah, we can come off of that. Thanks for streaming. Always glad to. It's always a new thing to learn every time. So it's like I'm trying to figure out what time works best for like when to start streaming. Sometimes it seems like there's more people that come on later on in the night, and sometimes I feel like I don't start early enough. So one of these days maybe I'll just like start, I don't know, closer to like 7 rather than like 9. Who knows? We'll see. It all depends on my schedule and what I decide to end up doing, but we'll see. Everything's always up in the air. Everything with like YouTube and Rumble is like a learning process. So it all just takes time and multiple attempts at finishing something. I already have this recording, so fuck it. I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to keep going until the fur is done. I only have the part that's up on like her left shoulder. I can finish this up. And then I don't have to come back on like another stream to start with that part. It's like if I come back tomorrow, then I'm going to be like, "Oh, fucking hell. I need to do some more of this stupid fur stuff." And I'm not going to want to do that. So I might as well finish it now while I'm already doing this. And while the Apple Pencil is surprisingly almost halfway charged now. So it's another good thing about I can complain about Apple products sometimes, but fucking hell, Apple Pencils charge a hell of a lot, and they charge very fast. I got sidetracked. Lol, indeed, fur is time consuming. Yes, it is. Fur and cross hatching, both of which have to be done in this piece. Both super time consuming. Actually, fur, cross hatching, and animal print. 3 things that are very time consuming. And all 3 are in this piece. Thankfully, the only other time-consuming thing that I can think of for this, or at least whenever I come back to this tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, who knows what the schedule will be. The only other time-consuming thing I could see happening would be the hair, and even that won't be as tedious as this. You like a challenge, sounds like. It really depends on the challenge. This, I really, it really does depend on the challenge. Sometimes I just want something to just be quick and be done. But I also feel like that was massively holding me back whenever it came to improving my art. Like, I wanted to rush into improving the amount of time it takes for me to actually do art. But in order to do that, I need to actually improve my skills first rather than my timing. Same here. That's why from time to time I take up pointillism in a piece. Yeah, pointillism, that forces you to take your time. Like this fur is forcing me to take my time. Yeah, I probably impacted so many markers whenever I was working on pointillism in college. All right, back up here. So might as well. Time and a place for everything. 30 seconds or 20-minute pieces have their place, but so does taking a month to create a piece too. Very true. Very true. That's something I feel like I would get a lot more out of if my skills were matching that time. It's like, if you do stuff for long enough and you know what the techniques are, then you'll be able to throw something out there in 30 seconds and actually be like, I like how this turned out. That's my main issue, is the liking how something turns out. All right. One sec. Alrighty. Okay, how much more do I need on here? Thankfully, this is the part that would be getting highlighted by whatever light would be hitting it. So these tufts of fur don't have to be as close together. Okay, got that. Can throw a little bit more in here. I think I finished up most of the areas where it should be. I can maybe thicken up some of the placement around the edges. But accidentally swapped, since you were talking about month-long pieces, eventually whenever I do get good enough, I would like to do like making a comic on the stream. That is, as of right now, very much just like a pipe dream, but it's something that I think would fit well with my channel content, and it'd be something that I could actually put out. Obviously not in like one stream, but various bits of the comic making process could be done over a month-long period. Okay. All right. I'm gonna say that is good enough for the fur. And instantly I go back on what I was gonna say. Funny how that tends to happen with this. You should go for it. Maybe something like a page a stream. Oh dear God, no. Or the first layers sketch ink and then color the next stream. I think it'd be dividing stuff up much more than just that. I think it'd be like write it one or get like the come up with like character profiles. It's way too late for me to be thinking about the specifics of this, but it would be if I was gonna do like a page, it would take like 3 or 4 days. Just remembering what I can from people like Jim Lee, I think they could crank out a page in a day or so. I'm definitely not Jim Lee. Give me like 10 years and then I'll be up at their level. And even then I would probably wouldn't be up at their level. Just speaking the truth, because I don't have that much of an ego. And those guys are like comic legends. I am nowhere near that point, and I don't expect to ever get near that point. But I can work to better myself in my own way. But if I was able to get a page done in a day, then I would be surprising myself. Actually, give me a second. So I have a sketchbook over here. I'll show you what I'm able to do in a day. Which one is it? This one. Okay. Oh, dear God. Okay, so... No, that was... Where was it? There was a point... like mid last year. What day? What year was it? It was like August of last year that I challenged myself to draw for 30 days straight. Oh, fuck me. That one looks horrible. Okay. And one of the days I challenged myself to draw like a little mini comic. And this is what I was able to get done in like a day. So, something like that. And oh, wait a minute. Why am I doing this while I'm sharing my screen? Fuck that. Okay. Resolution is probably shit, but that's what I was able to do in a day. Obviously, need to work on anatomy, and that face looks like horrible, but that's like my limit. Wait, what the hell? Oh, there's the cover. Of course, they are comic gods, so I figure if us mere mortals could do it in 2 or 3 times, then we aren't doing too badly. Probably depends on how detailed you're getting into. If it's anything like the one that I'm drawing today, then it would take me a while. If I was doing like more stylized stuff, then I feel like it would be easier to knock stuff out in a more manageable time. Anything else on here that I want to do before claiming to sign off again? Okay. Just throw in some more here. I hear ya. In my art progression video at 340, the little comic page of a cat breaking into a pet store probably took me about a week between sketching, ink, and coloring. Yeah, honestly, the coloring is probably what would take me the longest. Mainly because I always tell myself that I like how like cell shading looks. The sort of like animation style shading where there's more like hard edges in the shadows. But then I also see stuff that has a bit more detail in the shadows, and I'm like, I want to learn how to do it that way. So I start off thinking, oh, this is going to be an easy thing, and then it ends up actually not being so. But I actually found a coloring like speed paint of a new process from like an artist that I have gotten several books from over there, and I really like his art style, so I might try that out at some point whenever I'm not doing like these solely black and white pieces. Okay. All right. I think that's going to be it. So if I keep pushing myself through this, then it's gonna be like 3 o'clock in the morning before I finish this. So I'm going to give myself a my brain is not functioning. I'm going to force myself to stop now because that's about as much as I'm going to do. Okay. So, for anybody who has stayed around this long or will be watching on replay, that character is not one of mine. It is actually a character by... Come on. Gonna do a little bit of promotion, but this guy definitely does not need any promotion. He is... Come on. Cool. Stop. Come on. Of all times for my computer to just be like... Okay. So... Is there anything? No, there's nothing. Alrighty, so... character that I was just drawing obviously is not an original creation by me. The art of it is, but the character is actually a creation of Ethan Van Sciver and is part of his Cyberfrog universe. Now, EVS already has a very large audience, so he does not need me to promote him. But since I was drawing his character, I figured I would point you guys over to his channel on YouTube. And if you guys would like to, you can go and subscribe to him. You can go and get some of his comics on either Indiegogo or on eBay, or on, does he have a site? I think it's just it's eBay that he sells stuff through. Or it's like he sells the readily available stuff on eBay. So yeah, definitely go over and check out Ethan's work. He's probably one of the guys who inspires me to put in some more detail in my work, and it's so far it's paying off because I'm learning a lot of stuff from trying to like imitate his style. So yeah, definitely go over and subscribe to EVS and check out all of his stuff. It's really cool. You can shop there. We can stop sharing that. And hold on. Stop recording that. Okay. And before I sign off, Accidentally Swap says, really? Inking takes me the longest, but then again, my hands shake when trying to do fine lines and detail. Yeah, that's one of the problems that I have sometimes too. It's like, it's part of the benefit of using digital means to create art, because I don't know if you were on this in the chat whenever I was going over this before, but whenever I have the sketching, I'm gonna share this. Actually, that's not gonna come up. If I'm drawing with the Apple Pencil and I have a certain brush on, then I can make it so that the line automatically adjusts to some of the shaking, and it'll help it to like curve around, like it'll help it to curve around edges a little bit better, rather than just having it take everything like exactly as you draw it. If I hadn't shut off the little like screen capture on my iPad, then I would show it. It's also 5 hours into a stream and I'm ready to go to bed. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll show that off at some point. Maybe I'll do a video of just like how to stabilize a pen digitally. That might be worthwhile. But anyways, thank you guys for sticking around and watching me try to improve myself in my artistic abilities and make something worthy of a live stream. So thank you guys all for watching. Just a little bit of self-promotion for myself. If you would, please leave a like, comment, subscribe, follow, all of that fun stuff, YouTube or Rumble. Either one, just growing even just a little bit helps me to, good God, my words are horrible. Any of that stuff helps me grow even just a little bit, and every little step ends up pushing me even further. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around, Accidentally Suave. And yes, have a good night to you as well. Alrighty. So I will see you guys in the next stream, whenever that is. Maybe it'll be tomorrow, maybe it'll be Wednesday. We shall see. Anyways, see ya. Have a good night.